and to better identify the mechanisms with the progress monitoring that's already going on during the school day. So this year, I think we have, and Carolyn is also has a grant program
we have
as
we got some additional grant funding through Kat DeRoche and Bernadette Butler, the early childhood director, and so that's an early childhood literacy. I'm going to say the word consortium grant through Stonehill, also with Randolph. So we have some additional funds with that we have some early literacy work happening with students in, right now we've identified second and third grade, and we'll move that, once we give first grade a little time to settle in with the curriculum and the UFly program.
And those groups will change every 6 to 8 weeks.
So we look at that benchmark data, and they're getting, they're really drilling down on the UFly lessons. So I ran a group on Monday, and we were going through the UFly for one of the students. It was something that student had done in the classroom that day, really giving that double dose, and we're working on the diagraphs that the students learned that day, just in a small group of 4. So that we're really looking forward to. I really enjoy the UFly program. I think the phonics, it's really exceptional work that's happening for early literacy. And we're seeing kind of the growth in students already who are getting that curriculum in that K-2 and third grade band. So we're happy that we have that fund as well. But I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that was something that came to mind too, of kind of expanding the day for students and having the gift of time to have a little more instruction.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to catch students up beyond kind of the average student, you either need to have better than average instructional delivery, or you need to have more time on instructional delivery, or ideally both.
Yeah. And it's also about thinking about the student time in the classroom. So last year, I told you I asked for a lot. I went to Katie, and we talked about how the Title III money is used for language learners. And we had language learners in the building. We use Boost. A lot of districts use Lexia. I had come from districts that had used Lexia. So using Lexia to build phonics skills in language learners, it's a little bit easier from my perspective as a former reading specialist than using Boost. Boost is a little bit more language heavy when they're interacting with the screen. So just as a former ESL teacher as well, going into classrooms, seeing language learners at Tucker engage with Boost, I sort of said, we could use this other program called Imagine Learning, specifically designed for language development for language learners, because in my previous roles, I had relationships with folks from this national company that puts out this program specifically for language learners, and it's been out for about 5, 6, 7 years. It's well-grounded. They were able to give us a pilot. I think they charged us, even though I didn't want them to charge us, but they charged us $500, I believe. We were able to pilot it at Tucker. And then, again, Katie and I tried to work some magic with them over the summer. We've got 40 licenses. It's across all 4 elementary schools. And I believe it just began either last week, and I'll do a check-in to make sure it's up and running for students, language learners. So it's for students who might have proficiency levels 1 through like a 3.5 in grades 1 through 5. I believe, or maybe 2 to 5. I can't remember exactly. So really thinking about, we've done some time last year and this year, to your point, Mark, about what's the student experience? Are we leveraging their time effectively in the classroom? Because putting language learners, we saw firsthand with a newcomer from Haiti in grade 3, putting him on Boost was not the right use of his time, but yet when we switched him over to putting him on Imagine Learning, once we were able to get the pilot up and running, and then we were able to also give him additional support with a reading interventionist in addition to the ESL support he was getting from the ESL teacher, we've seen great growth.
Absolutely.
And he speaks to us in great sentences. Yeah. So, and his writing's coming along.
How many kids are currently participating in the after-school tutoring?
I believe we have a combined amount for about 36. We're still, we've sent out the invitations, and we've done some more invitations out. So we have slots for about 45. So So we're trying to get connected with families to make sure they saw our bright orange paper and then get it back to us. And if they can't do it for some reason, then there's a second tier. This is the same model we did last year to kind of get that capacity up. It's like planning for a wedding, right? You have, 200 seats, you might invite 225. So, to get that 200. So
you'll see me on the Parkway running after people with the orange paper. I got a signature in the vestibule the other day. So, and we're excited about, and the family is excited too. They might not just have seen it at the bottom of the backpack. Yeah. So we're just trying to really engage with families so that they're aware of that support.
If you're able to fill all those seats and you're able to looking to expand those further, I'd certainly would love the opportunity to hear that request from y'all and see if we can do even more.
Yeah, that we just need more Title I money.
Yeah.
So Katie knows.
Yeah.
Katie's gonna.
Yeah.
Just another question. You mentioned around like teachers wanting to see best practices. I totally agree with that, not even just within the classroom, but outside. And I think, as I also heard you talk about common planning time, it sounds like it's something that's been in place for a while, but you're looking to improve its effectiveness by kind of revamping some processes within it. Have y'all had the opportunity to see effective common planning at other schools in the area, either in Milton or beyond Milton, to kind of steal, to a phrase you used previously, like not reinventing the wheel, like steal strategies around like what does highly effective common planning time structures look like in terms of utilizing that very limited but precious time with teachers to move the needle on student learning?
I think that's where we've leveraged some of our district curriculum directors to kind of help us with that. The school day is pretty busy, but that's something we could definitely consider moving forward. My previous two schools, that was probably the guiding force that changed instruction and got us out of turnaround and got the commissioner to change our status from, underperforming school to performing school. So that was definitely one of the big pieces. So I'm bringing those learnings with me as a school leader and trying to implement them here. So.
Yeah, I think being able to see that in practice is sometimes helpful for people.
I think it's helpful for like teachers to see that as well. So that's definitely a piece. So thank you.
Yeah, and also that, and also just high quality instruction in general. To your point of like seeing each other, like what does how can you make this type of rigorous lesson? How can you teach to the standard when kids are like just more exposure than they have been able to see what that looks like and pull that in. It's great. I'm sorry, I'm visualizing a lot. I guess the last question I have is not really a question, but just maybe a request to you. Like, I would love to do another school visit at some point to Tucker to kind of see work in action. And again, really appreciate the opportunity to have this kind of joint conversation and hear all the great work.
So we do learning walks every week. We'll be at the Cunningham tomorrow. We were at the Tucker last week.
Friday.
Yeah. So if you want to go to any school or just one specific school, just let us know. We can plug you into that routine, or we can go and do a special walk in addition to that for any school committee member who would like to do so. The teachers are embracing the walks that are happening throughout the building, whether it's with Carla and I or with the administration. So it's not a big deal. The teachers and the students know who we are, what we're doing, and they enjoy the process. So, and to Celeste's point, we don't go in there and hang out for a half hour and then start to talk adult to adult. We're in there observing, we're asking questions, we're asking students what's going on today, what are you learning, how do you know what's expected of you today. So there's very targeted work that we're doing while we're in there, and then we get out and talk about it. So I'd love to have you come by and be part of that process.
I really appreciate this substance of this conversation. I am sure that I haven't been able to listen to a conversation like this yet since I've been on school committee, just as far as the depth, the sort of very focused nature of discussing in real time, like as you framed, John, the sort of we looked at the data recently, and now we're here able to talk about what's being done in response to the data, and even Carla being able to share in the meantime, like what's happening at the district level that's connected to what's happening at the school level. And I just need to sort of acknowledge but express real sincere appreciation that this conversation is even able to happen, because I do think it's a It's the like synthesis of the district leadership that you're providing with this amazing school leadership that is on display. And I came in just having seen the preliminary, strategic response, the plan that, was presented and that we kind of approved conceptually mostly. And then, I think I did bring a number of questions like into the conversation, and they've basically all been answered through the discussion, and also colleagues who've asked good questions. But I just am so thankful for the opportunity to take this time to like slow down and really focus on your expertise and like how you're in the process of applying it, to be responsive. And I appreciated just hearing the theme of support that and just the positivity of the conversation, because I do think that, when we have seen discouraging data like year over year, it can be a natural response to feel frustration, discouragement. I know there has been some of that in the community. So to lead with the positivity and the confidence of like what can be possible when we think outside the box and like bring resources to apply in these targeted ways. I just really appreciated the idea of the feedback that, as you were saying, the educators want and appreciate the feedback, and also your theme, as well as Carly, your theme of like seeking the feedback from the educators as well, that's a two-way street. And I'm excited, I'm very grateful and heartened by the discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that, Lizzie. I think, when you don't have consistent leadership in a building year after year, I think this is what happens.
Yeah,
I'll be
exactly.
honest, Tucker, I think, is ripe for like a case study. You have a group of people there who held the ship together.
Yeah.
And I learned that over the last, year and some months. Having Caroline back a second year was, the best thing that could have happened. Having some minimal turnover in teacher staff, but yet at the same point, when you compare it to other schools in the district, some buildings have had zero turnover compared to us just having some minimal. Other schools have had leaders in place for 10 plus years, right? Tucker has had, a new principal. We joked about it, shame on me though for joking about it, because, that's something very serious. When a fifth grader says to you, where are you going to be next year? And I'm like, I'm going to be here. You're going to be at the middle school. You know what I mean? Like that says something about the culture. That means that every year that fifth grader, and like Marika kind of spoke up, has had a different focus, has had different expectations, has had different responses to whether behavior, pluses or minuses. So, I think with a set of numbers, there's a story. And I think that, the praise, we can't say it enough. The praise really needs to go to the teachers. I mean, you're a parent of Tucker, who kind of held the ship together, and kept that building grounded, and even though the scores might be not comparable to its peers in the district, it's still better than the state. And I mean it sincerely, and I think Mr. Fela can speak to it. I have no qualms with anybody going into any classroom at Tucker, and that's typically not how you feel year two of a school that you're trying to make some changes at, and I've been in that situation twice already in my life, so, just small shifts, and I think, that the scores will be reflective of that. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like time will tell, but that's something about the conversation here this evening feels like a watershed type of a moment. And I am of a cohort of the community that has been through a lot. I have the past, 7 years have been a lot. And so that's why I feel like I don't take for granted that something feels like palpably not not better in a way that is critical of like what anybody has done in the past, but just I feel more, I guess, like sense of like the optimism grounded in the like the actual plan, you know, which, as you were very rightly point out, like it's just when you're in a staying afloat mode, you know, 1 year to the next with the leadership turnovers and the teacher turnover, you know, it's really not feasible to get to this point. But now you're wasting no time in taking us to this point because you did come back, you know, and so I feel like I'm really kind of hoping that this is a conversation that is possible to look back on and point back to and look at, you know, whether you are able to come and provide updates. You know, I think the setting of the benchmarks is so important. I mean, that those are not set arbitrarily, that those are set, you know, informed by the inputs, the data, and everything else. So you're managing the expectations and helping us think about the 3-year time frame. But you're also like putting a stake in the ground around the expectation that there will be changes and that the district is here to support and is encouraging you to show up, you know, with this advocacy, you know, that's huge. And that is like equity in action, because we have seen from our data that we need to be doing some things a little bit differently. And anyway, so I could go on all night. I will stop. Thank you.
So I will finish by saying that this is a great news story for the technical community. We have great leadership that's supporting and also valuing and encouraging great educators. That stakeholder group, along with our teachers union, who was right on board to support, a school committee that heard the request and granted the request immediately, to a wonderful PTO that's not only here tonight to talk about the good things that are going on and talk about the wonderful investment that we're making in, and how people are, the entire group of stakeholders really investing in the Tucker community and what's good for Tucker. And this is a great time while everybody's emotionally just peaked to say that if you want to donate to Tucker PTO, you go. You just have to log on to the website because you got to get them when you got them, right? So, but it is a good news story. All stakeholders involved. Thank you for coming tonight. Great stuff. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Make your own questions. Right. Great. So for the chair's report, we just wanted to discuss at the last meeting, Superintendent Phelan brought up the introduction of a curriculum review advisory committee, which we appreciate. So he's come back with a description of that committee, and so that you're going to go through, and then we will vote on the program description as well as on the members who have been appointed to that advisory committee.
So after several meetings of discussions about different things that are happening in the district related to curriculum instruction and programming, I did make the recommendation to see if the school committee was interested in taking part in a curriculum review advisory committee. And the way that I have experienced and utilized this kind of committee in order to get school committee feedback and guidance on different programmatic and instructional shifts that the district is making is to have this group meet on an as-needed basis when curriculum reviews are coming forward in preparation for the school committee meetings, so school committee members can have advanced time with the folks who are doing the work, ask the questions that they feel are important, provide that school committee lens into it and that parent lens, because it's a representative group that the school committee is, and help shape and inform what that final product could look like. So the curriculum review advisory committee would be a school committee, have 2 school committee members and I'm going to read just from the definition of what we're hoping to have it shaped and look like. The Curriculum Review Advisory Committee will provide guidance and feedback on school administration's proposed shifts in existing curriculum and programs and/or new and proposed curriculum and program initiatives. After the review of these proposals, school administration, the Curriculum Review Advisory Committee will present to the full school committee. So the way we look at it is that whenever we're going to try to move a teaching and learning part of the district, and before we get in front of the committee, we want to make sure the committee has a chance to ask in-depth questions, have two of the members of the committee ask those questions, ask for additional data, additional information. So when that group gets to the school committee table, they have two allies in the school, two members of the school committee, that certain questions have been asked, and that voice through that subcommittee is part of what the school committee's role is in this work. And an example of how this would work would be, Kat DeRoche talked about the literacy work in October. Had we had this committee in place, the members of the Curriculum Review Advisory Committee would have been in meetings with Kat DeRoche and her team, along with Carla and I, as we begin to ask her questions. The committee could have been there asking the same or different questions from a parent and school committee lens, shaping the conversation and making sure that when we came forward to the school committee that some of those basic big picture questions were asked from a school committee perspective. The next time that this might be helpful is that we have a program of studies that usually gets voted by the school committee annually in February. So if there's any shifts in that document or any discussion about that, those set of expectations, we would ask the high school principal along with their team to sit with the Curriculum Review Advisory Committee along with Carla and I to talk about the potential shifts, what they look like, why they're happening, the rationale, any information that we would like to discuss. And that could be one meeting, it could be two meetings, it could be three meetings that would happen with that group before they would come in front of the whole group to present the program of studies to the entire school committee. So this would meet when needed. I'm sure we'll end up meeting 2 or 3 times a year because there'll be curriculum proposals that we'll be going to begin to talk about and move to the district. And we appreciate the school committee lens into this work and the advocacy and the support that it would bring to the members of the administrative team and the curriculum team when they look up and they know that they're presented to school committee members and there's going to be good questions and dialogue and good feedback that's already been part of the process. So this is our opportunity to be more inclusive in that way.
Oh, I have one question. Are we going to include student voice in this subcommittee?
So tonight, our friend Elias gave me pause for thought for that discussion. So I don't know if they'd be involved in this committee, but I think if we're talking about the program of studies, very much would like to bring in student voice into that process for sure.
Because when I met with the high school representative last Friday morning, they have bring that up from our previous recordings and was very interested and wanted to participate in these kind of conversations because it affects the teachers and the students at the same time, right? So if we wanted to increase the student outcome, then the students' voice should be a part of this conversation. So they're very interested in participating in this conversation, and at least one or two of them in the group.
So I think for our high school and middle school folks, it might be really helpful to have that kind of voice on those curriculum discussions. So we don't have to make them part of the school committee piece, but we can certainly make them part of the group of discussion points when we meet as a group, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the other one we have coming up is the world language discussion as well.
Yeah.
That we'll start to pile and talk about. We want student voice in that for sure.
Questions or comments on the description?
Just that doesn't need to say 2 members, because none of the other committees restricts membership numbers.
Sure, I think the advisory, too, but we can take that piece out. And then, did you have any questions on that? Great. And then the 2 members who would be Anna and Val as the 2 advisory members.
So, as with some of our other subcommittees, there will be the opportunity to cross-post the meetings. So those of us not on the subcommittee can still participate and be informed about that discussion.
And I think the other thing that's come up is that I know that a version of this subcommittee existed before and then it sort of got sunsetted for whatever reasons. I think keeping in mind that this, we're doing it this year, if there's feedback on frequency or number of members, anything like that, there is that fluidity. I think it's just seeing how it works this year, and then, as with anything, we need to adjust it or change it. We have that ability, even to the point of, to your point about student membership or something like that. So, but I think it's a great place to start, and I appreciate you bringing this up, given the questions that have come up and the opportunity to be involved sooner. So, thank you.
I only want to add, because I know we're going to go into finance after this, but I'm thankful for the comments that everybody provided, Celeste and her team. And that presentation went a little longer than I thought it would. But talk about spending time on the right things. This is exactly what we're supposed to be doing as a committee, talking about data, talking about responses to that work. What did that look like? Having voice in curriculum. How do we do that? This is the work. This is what these meetings should be about. This is healthy dialogue for the community to see us all taking part in, asking for some results, having people come and show action plans, getting people involved in the curriculum discussions. This is what the work should look like. And I'm glad that we gave as much time as needed for the Tucker team and celebrated that work and that initiative. And so I just appreciate the time and effort that was put in tonight by the committee on behalf of how well received that was. And thankful, obviously, to Caroline and Celeste for their work.
So, I'm looking at
Motion, do we also?
yes.
Curriculum and appointing.
Yes.
So, sure. I'll make a motion to approve the updated 2025-2026 list of Milton School Committee subcommittees and advisory committees, adding the Curriculum Review Advisory Committee and appointing Anna Varghese and Val as the committee members.
Second. All in favor?
Thanks for starting on.
Next up, we have the finance subcommittee report.
Finance subcommittee, we met last week. Began the discussion, or continued, I guess, slightly about the revolving accounts policies, started to look at kind of a draft plan of the different kind of revolving accounts and proposing purpose of those, how we want to, again, as part of kind of budget priorities for the current year, how do we strengthen those to create, as John has said many times, kind of the shock absorbers budget process. So had that conversation, had some good initial dialogue. We'll continue that next week. And then we had a meeting today where we had our first real conversation on looking at the FY27 budget. Could be for next year, sort of looking at some level service numbers. So that's some of the information that Katie has put in the school committee folder today. There are 3 PDFs. I think we're going to screen share kind of one of them that gives kind of the high level. The other 2 documents are one that kind of gives a more detailed FY27 kind of all over budget by cost center, which you have questions on. Katie is way more qualified than me to discuss. And then the other is a similar kind of more detailed around some of the role of budgets. So I'll screen share at that level. Before we jump into that presentation, though, anything else we've talked about at finance?
So this morning was our first opportunity to discuss and review the draft level service budget for fiscal year 27. We've been working internally with the district leadership team over the past several months and having budget conversations and talking about next year. But this was kind of our first opportunity to be able to update the finance subcommittee on our initial draft for fiscal year 27. And so the information that we reviewed this morning primarily focused around some of the major budget drivers that we are seeing that will lead to the level service budget increase for next year. And so this was a document that we talked about, and you can see that this document shows the current year or the fiscal year 26 final budget. That's the $72,873,000 that's shown at the top. And then when we're looking at building the budget for next year, you can see the overall budget impact of increases, or in one instance, a decrease. The changes that we're projecting for next year that leads us to the overall level service budget increase. And that increase at this point in time is a 5.2% increase. Some of the major budget drivers that we discussed and reviewed, and there's more information kind of at a more granular detail in one of the other documents that is in the folder for tonight's meeting. But the first major budget driver for fiscal year 27 and the largest increase is due to salaries. And that, of course, is due to the fact that 82% of the overall budget is tied to our salary expenses. So you can see that even if we did, if the only thing that we did to change the budget next year was just to increase the salaries due to the contractual bargaining agreements, we would have a 4.56% increase. And that's just due to steps and lanes for our existing staff. There's also some moderate increases to some of the substitute coverage. So you can see what we've projected as a budget impact on this document. And then we're also showing that we will be increasing one of the revenue offsets that we use. And there's a supporting document in the folder for tonight's meeting that breaks down each one of the revenue offsets that we're using. And that document shows the information for the current fiscal year and for next fiscal year. You can see that we're also accounting for increases in special education, out of district tuition, and special education contracted services and transportation. An important note in the out of district tuition number is that that increase is set by the state, by the operational services division, and that percentage increase was set at 3.04% for next fiscal year. And so we have very little discretion in what those increases are because those rates are set by the state, and they push that information to us in October of each year so that we can plan for the upcoming fiscal year.
So it was 3% for this year, and this is what it is for next year. It was 3.6% for fiscal year 26, and then for fiscal year 27, it's 3.04%. And that's the increase that's in here.
All right, thank you.
We're also taking into account that we'll have an increase in transportation. The increase that we're showing in this top portion of this document for transportation is just a contractual increase, and that does not reflect any changes in the number of buses that we're providing. So that is just showing the overall increase in the cost of transportation services if we were to provide the same level of service next year. And that transportation line takes into account our general education transportation, foster transportation, and also homeless transportation. We're also taking into account changes and increases for our facilities budget, as well as some miscellaneous adjustments that we've made looking across the district when it comes to office supplies, textbooks, and other general expenses that help support the overall operating budget. So that is the top portion. That's a very high level general overview of some of the major budget drivers that we're looking at for the level service budget. But all of that being said, we're also trying to incorporate the fact that we have a number of different changes that we'd like to make for next year. But we'd like to be able to do that in making some allocations within the existing budget instead of asking for potential adds above level service. And that is the information that's shown in the bottom portion of this document. It's kind of in that tan color shown below. And you can see these are examples of some of the changes that we've talked about during our leadership meetings, and we've talked about at the district level of initiatives that we'd like to see be funded in fiscal year 27. But you can see at the bottom, all of those increases also will come with a corresponding decrease or adjustment so that the overall budget ask for fiscal year 27 would fall under that level service number of the 5.2%.
So thank you, Katie. I wanted to say thank you to Katie White, because one of the biggest compliments I think you could give a finance director is to say, wow, after reading this and talking about it, it made so much sense to me. And I think that was a comment that Amanda made after the meeting. Meaning it's a very, very clear view of what we're doing. So just to recap, the blue table on the top is really saying out loud that we are rolling over our existing staff and embedding in potential increases in salaries related to contract negotiations. And we're staying within a 5.2% increase, which is level service. And so then we're going to take our own work to task of how we want to organize that increase to $76,662,000 and make any changes within that budget. So we're not as of right now, given the assumptions that we've been talking about with the warrant committee in the town, that this generally is the arena of funds available, and we're trying to work within that. That doesn't mean if something happens within the revenue cycle that we'll get information on related to what Nick might present with health insurance, et cetera. Right now, we're working under the general assumption that rolling it over along with contractual needs is the amount of money we should predict to work with. So, and we're prioritizing that if we are to make any changes in what we do and offer, that we will do that realigning the resources that we have. So we made a commitment to the community that we would be very thoughtful about our financial planning, make our budget sustainable, and also be thoughtful about how we organize our approach to put resources where we think the district needs it. We are also, while doing all that at only 5.2% increase, we are also embedding in here the needed task of putting deposits into our revolving accounts in order to stabilize over a 3-year period our future budgets. So that's part of the sustainability piece. So Katie has devised these increases in a way that we were within this budget, we're supporting funds that will go into revolving accounts that have been lowered over the past few years that need to be reestablished, not all in 1 year, but over the next 3 years if we continue to be disciplined with how we spend our money, how we allocate resources to revolving accounts, and take care of the work that we need to do in order to support students and teachers. If we do that incrementally and we stay disciplined, then we're going to wake up in 3 fiscal years with revolving accounts that have sufficient balances. That gives us greater flexibility in order to make shifts and changes in resources, in order to maybe add things that we want to over time, in addition to the budget, because we'll have room and flexibility to do that. So we are in year 1 of this disciplinary approach. We need to have another year 2. We need to stay in that path. if something, this budget has assumptions in it that could be, there could be a hole poked in any one of those assumptions over the course of the year, the natural things that happen in school districts. But this is, I hope, seen by many to be our attempt to work with the funds that we have while making changes and actually building a financial plan and a financial plan moving forward that's sustainable for the town. We did just receive a $9.5 million. Right. These funds have to be used with very incredible thought and care in fiscal discipline and fiscal planning, and that's what this represents at this point in time.
Yeah, I just say I appreciate the robust discussion that we all were able to have about this. Appreciate the alignment of this to minorities. Appreciate clarity. Appreciate all this provides. So, punch on the bottom line. Hopefully, things are not a surprise to us in finance. Hopefully, they're not a surprise here. The vast majority of them, so things we discussed, these are lines of priorities. Not final, but I appreciate that the department is kind of raising those things, at least moves into it within what we're calling kind of this first reading, first draft of kind of looking at this 2027 picture. And your note on that? Questions?
So basically, just to kind of clarify, we're working with our 5.2% increase and then adding these things in without adding more to the increase, right? Like that's basically what we're trying to.
So the next stage of this work, and we talked about at the end of the meeting today, was whatever we want to do within this new budget amount for next year, this projected budget amount for next year, will be done internally. So right now we did not fill several vacancies for this fiscal year, which gave us leverage to put dollars into certain budget line items that shored those line items up. So we have a year of that kind of flexibility that we've added to, that adds into the flexibility that we'll have in FY27. What we have gone back to the leadership team to talk about is we need to tell the story of what we want to shift and why. And we need to give that story to the school committee, and we need to give that story to the community. So if we start with the vacancies that weren't filled, which ones do we want to bring back and why? Which ones do we don't want to bring back and why? Are there any positions that we currently have that are being, put in place right now? Do we want to reduce any of those positions in order to reallocate those resources to something else that might be more productive towards student outcomes in any one school or any one grade? So we're trying to work within the amount of money we have to realign those resources. And it's our job to demonstrate the why, that's more important in the priority list than anything else that's on that list that we're going to have to compare it to. So when we look at that vacancy list, someone might say, well, are you going to bring back the fine and performing arts director? Well, we're not sure. We're going to pilot a different model for this year. We'll see how that goes. If we think that goes well, that might be a model that we can keep that might be less expensive, but still meet the needs of the district. Are we going to bring back the assistant director of student services? I think we have to. I think that's a big department that involves a lot of work that is really rooted in the foundation of our inclusion model in Milton. So I would say that we definitely have to put that back. We want to give the director support in that assistant director position. So we're evaluating those one by one with the principals and the leadership team. And we're also asking them, is there anything that you want to move within your building to, I could use less of this, but I need more of that. And we're making sure that we give them permission to explore how they can implement their strategy by reallocating resources either within the building or at the district level. This is our example of what we would like to do, just generically. I think that, we need a full-time assistant superintendent in addition to Katie's assistant superintendent role. We found out very clearly we need an extra bus. So these are examples that are just related to the work that we're doing now. We need more professional development. Bao asked about, is your PD enough? Is your time enough? We have a literacy program that we're going to get up and running. We have other work that we want to take part in. So these are all targeted to our 5 priorities. But the first, remember, when our budget memo was fiscal sustainability in being good stewards of the dollar, and then the 5 priorities. So we're trying to approach it in that order. So what you can expect from us moving forward in rather short time is, what do those proposals look like? What does that give and take look like? So you can understand it, the community can have it in front of them and they can talk about it. And then I think when we get to January, whether we have, when we have our open budget meetings, we want to invite parents to come in, and families and guardians to say what they like and what they don't like. Well, I support this more than I support that. Whatever those things are, the community input would be very helpful. And if that means going out, I've been going to PTO meetings, but maybe doing a budget, just a budget at the high school auditorium one night for the community, where they don't have to incorporate their voice within the structure of a school committee meeting. They can just ask any question they want. So we want that feedback. And when people call about the bus or people call about something, and I say, you should go to a school committee meeting and ask. And we'll take that feedback. It doesn't mean that you're going to get what you want, right? It means that we need to hear that, though, to hear the value of it and the scale of it. And it might shift that conversation. I mean, the parents who came to talk about transportation shifted the outcome because we were able to fix that problem. But that feedback was important. So this is really about trying to get feedback from the community, make sure that we're doing things in front of everybody, but also meaning that we can't do everything. That there's going to be some yeses, and there's going to be some nos, and there's going to be priorities around that, and contextual proposals around that for folks to be ready for. So, and I don't think this is going to be a really big shift in 1 year. Katie's been here a year and 3 months. I've been here 3 months. Kyle has been here 3 weeks. So we're really leaning on and respecting and valuing what our educators who are in the district already need from us to facilitate that. And we might, we always want to be hearing that voice, because what we don't want to do is unilaterally implement something that then we walk away from, right? We need to do what the people who are going to be here for a long time need. And so we're trying to weigh that healthy tension between giving the space for the educators to decide how they want to make shifts, because they're the ones that will have to carry it out over time. And we have an interim situation that we want to be respectful of. And they've already seen that. Do blue. They do blue. Then blue leaves. I mean, I think that the Tucker story is a microcosm of the district story, right? So we want to be respectful of that. Celeste is listening to her teachers and giving teacher voice. We're listening to principals and giving principal voice. And we're trying to use that on behalf of how we represent the needs of the district. So,
I have to say, I really appreciate the correlation both between how you're talking about the budget and how Celeste and Caroline spoke about utilizing the resources that they have and utilizing it differently, and like leveraging, Curry College, for instance, and thinking creatively about how to do more with what they have, and then just going and asking, like the request from them, when I look at it from a dollar amount, is very minimal. So I appreciate that they're looking at it like that. So I just love that everyone is in sync and moving in the same direction with these goals and trying to figure out, hey, let's think creatively about this. And, all, the points that you were talking about with extending the school day and, and more time on learning. So we're giving them more with what we have had because we're trying to think outside the box, as Lizzie mentioned. So, yeah, great.
The only other piece I'm sorry, it's just obviously a key piece here is the coordination with the town, right? The county administrator, finance director. So taking this, sharing this with them, figuring out what the financial forecasts are, how this fits. So
we would say to the town, if they want to give us 6%, we will gladly take it and shepherd those funds very, very effectively. So we will always take more if there's more available, but we're trying to be good stewards with the money that we're projecting that we will have. But this is, to your point, Mark, contingent upon the continued conversation we're having at the town level related to revenue, the other town departments, et cetera. So a very good start.
Questions or comments?
Then we have one warrant, which I sent out this morning, signed today.
there's a motion here, but it's not actually a motion, so I'm just. I forget what I even did last week. I just named that I signed vendor warrant 20 in the amount of $1,097,977.82. Questions on it?
Policy.
Okay, so policy met yesterday. We reviewed policy IHAMD, the wellness policy. You have a red line version in your folder. This policy is reviewed by a third-party consultant because it needs to be submitted every 3 years to the government for a grant. Since we sunsetted the Health and Wellness Committee that was here a few years ago, the consultant that we used recommended that we change the Wellness Committee structure so that it no longer needs the school committee members as it's listed before. So there is some proposed wording changes. It's towards the bottom of the policy, basically saying that we're going to replace it where it says the school committee will create a health and wellness advisory committee. A wellness committee will be composed of teachers, administrators, community members, students, and families, which they're already doing, and they meet as John mentioned, quarterly at this point. And then there's also some language above it where that they also recommended in terms of staff training. So those are really the only changes. And again, this is just a red line version. It's a first reading. We'll do a second reading and vote on it at our next meeting. And that's it. That's all we have for.
Is the grant a nutrition focused grant? I had one kind of big picture comment, but I just wanted to confirm because I'm not familiar with all of our policies. Is this our main wellness related policy? Do we have other health and wellness policies?
This is our main.
It seems like it because I don't recall seeing any other ones.
This is our main one.
I guess I feel I'm glad it's focused on nutrition. That's important. And it's necessary for this grant. I feel like the biggest threat to children's wellness is social media, excessive screen time, and synthetic AI relationships. And I feel like our policy should talk about that so that we can have a starting point as a district as to how we want to support students as they navigate that. So I'm wondering if we could consider that as part of. I'm happy to share more of my thoughts here, but I think and I don't know where exactly it could fit here. Like the policy does speak to healthy and safe environment, although it's just focused on the physical environment. The social emotional well-being part just talks about the survey that happens. But I think if we I would love it if we could assert as a district that we want to support students to, something to the effect of like leveling up their awareness of and improve, helping them establish healthy relationships with technology. And then we can figure out what that means as a district, but I think establishing it as part of a policy framework would be, I think, a really cool step.
My familiarity with this is through a speech program with my school. It's like the wellness policy generally is a USDA requirements to participate in the school breakfast lunch program. And so most of these things that's why it's nutrition focused. And there are requirements through that around physical education, development, curriculum over time, staff training, all these things, access to water, anything that's in there. Those are specific language requirements that are needed within this policy. So a lot of that is driven. There are some things that are outside of this. So I just don't know if that, I like exactly what you're saying. I think that's good, important stuff. And likely could fit in here. I don't know if that is just a separate policy to create the separation between like what is being created for USDA, kind of that school lunch and food program. Like it's just, it does have a very specific purpose kind of to that end, not just like one that is built and crafted. But maybe there actually is no problem with incorporating that language with the overall USDA, or maybe it needs to be separate. So we just want to find that.
I would almost see it as separate, but I think you raise a really important point. I think that's something that we should, in addition to having a policy, I think more just practice of kids are introduced to social media. A lot of students are come middle school, for instance, right? And they have so much access and they don't know what to do with it, and they don't know to sometimes you'll see kids will use it during the day, and that's just their it's human nature, right? At that age to be able to, if no one's looking, I'm gonna look at it, so what are some of the kind of practices that we could use to make sure that they have a healthy relationship with social media, AI, as you mentioned, and devices,
So my recommendation would be, I'd like to go through the policies to see if there's any policies that may be connected to social media and that kind of access and screen time. And if it's not, we need to either talk about it through this policy or another policy. And one of the positions that we reduced was A.J. Melanson's technology group. They had drafted AI policy language that every time you brush your teeth, it goes out of, it becomes old, right? Because it's just moving so fast. But we want to, and have already met with folks that have been we're working with AJ on that policy, that we will be bringing an AI policy to this group through the policy subcommittee as one way of attacking this issue of the relationship between students and technology. I like that, how that sounds. There have been AI workshops already this year with staff, and I think that the small team that's left over at AJC went down to the middle school already, but we need a policy in place around AI from a teacher lens, from a parent lens, and from a student lens, from a what to do, what not to use AI for, but also what you can use AI for, and what AI platforms are student and school friendly and which are not, and then engage and leverage the school friendly ones in a way that are the teaching tool to support the healthy relationship between technology and the students. So why don't Charlene and I explore those three areas. We know that we will be presenting an AI policy. We can kind of update it a little bit from last year's version and run it by some peer communities, and we'll be presenting that too. But I can give an update on that.
That's great. Thing that might relate back to the other subcommittee is that could it be an area of exploration with whatever that health curriculum is? So in that, if there is a health class, like, is there something around that piece of it?
In the health curriculum.
In the health curriculum, as opposed to maybe a policy, is it getting to that idea around a new area of health that kids need to start looking into?
I haven't dug into it yet, but I have a feeling that we're probably addressing it in different pockets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of the work the bucket I want to pick up and try to figure out what we're already doing. And then DESE has guidelines already on this, and I think MASC is thinking about helping us on policy. So helping districts on policy. So we're kind of converging into a space where we can start to talk about it more fruitfully. So.
And just two other thoughts. Thank you. On the AI policy you're talking about, and I don't know if my comment belongs in somewhere else, like an employee handbook, but I think it should also address employee interaction with AI. If I heard you mention health and student use, but just employees should be in there as well. And then we may want to, if we have AI policies or tech policies, I agree with you, every time you brush your teeth, it's out of date. I think we have a 3-year policy review cycle. I would suggest that we have something else for our AI review. Like we could review them twice a year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So just food for thought.
So we'll do a second read at the next.
Yes.
Perfect.
And then facilities didn't meet. And then did budget, you guys have a budget coordination that you didn't?
No, there's no formal, they had a working session on some policies.
So then, the next thing is the approval of the minutes for the November 5th meeting, which are in the folder. Do you have any edits?
Motion to approve Milton School Committee meeting minutes, October 25.
Second.
Favor? And then the last thing I have is looking at the agenda items for the next meeting. So we have a vote on the 2024-25 annual report. We're having a community schools presentation. Subcommittee reports would be capital improvement planning committee. Is that one? Facilities won't meet.
Finance will be.
Oh, is that the FY27 budget calendar, budget discussion? That's what it's listed. So I'll just put finance. And then, Bao, do you have any?
I don't meet with the high school rep until December 12th.
And MFE doesn't.
MFE meets today.
Today, right, that's
They
right.
switched
Yeah.
their meeting, yeah.
Right.
And the community schools presentation will be related to summer program fees, not the full school year after school fee and programming discussion. So we're doing summer fees first, so they can get ahead of it and get it out to families in January. So we want to get that part done, and then we'll do the second part after that.
School building.
I'll put it down and then circle back.
I'm not sure when the next date is.
Yeah, I don't know that it's been, I don't have one on my calendar. It's usually the first Friday of the month.
I'm putting it in the CT.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll put
it's
a placeholder.
unlikely, because we're not gonna have one this week, so we won't have one, because we'll be on Fridays, so, yeah, it's unlikely.
Okay,
So moved.
all in favor? Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
I would say to someone who would make the argument that community media is outdated, I would say that they probably don't really understand what we do. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it that people don't see.
There are things that local access provides that you can't get elsewhere. Local access stations are hyper-local. You know, we're non-commercial. At least on your local channels, you're getting programming that matters to you on that community level. I don't feel like you're getting that much of anywhere else, especially where you know, local newspapers are disappearing, if not completely gone. You know, that's a hard reality to face.
Community media matters more than ever in 2025 because knowing what is going on in your community, with your town government, with the donut shop down the street, that's what creates neighbors out of neighborhoods and keeps you informed and engaged. It's preserving democracy through transparency. Maybe you're not watching the school committee meeting, you know, all the time, but you don't want to not be able to do that.
If the state doesn't address the revenue stream, it's all going to fall on the municipalities. And there are going to be some cities and towns in Massachusetts who can't afford this type of service. Now, I think that's a shame because I don't feel as though you could sort of dial it back. Can you all of a sudden stop recording those select board meetings and school committee meetings and airing them live for the public to see? This is an accessibility issue. This is a First Amendment issue, participation in government, transparency in government issue.
So one of the things that's been challenging is while we've seen a decline in cable revenue over the past several years, we've actually seen an increase in demand for our services. So that includes the quantity, the quality, and certainly the timeliness. Especially with advances in technology, in streaming, we've just seen a tremendous shift in viewer expectations.
We understand that the majority of people out there probably don't watch community media outlets on a habitual basis, but it's the kind of thing that if it weren't there, at some point you'll be looking for it. Maybe right now you're not interested in those select board meetings, but wait until a developer wants to build something next to your house. Or you don't have kids now, but maybe in 5 years you do. And they were in a play, or they were part of a program or a sport. You're going to be looking for us then.
Are still in this industry because we believe in the mission. So when people walk into an access center, they know that they're talking to somebody who believes your voice matters and wants to help you amplify that.
In order to work for a nonprofit, you do have to have a passion. You know, we're not in it for the money. We really are a community service.
Ask anyone in your local government, ask folks in your public school department how much they depend on community media in their communities to tie a lot of communication needs together. And they'll tell you, we are an invaluable partner to municipal life here in Massachusetts. We're actually documenting history, and for it to go away over money would really be a shame.
Cool, let's get started. Good evening. It's September 15th at 7:04 p.m. I'll call the meeting of the Milton School Building Committee to order. As we do with each one, do a roll call, just attendance. Carrie Hurley.
Here.
Scott Tereshak. Glenn Hoffman. Here. Nathan Hutto. Here. Superintendent Phelan. Here. And Mark Loring.
Here.
Tim Lombard.
Present.
Akra Ballin.
Present.
And Tom McCarthy.
Here.
All right, perfect. We do have a quorum. Keep an eye on the attendees, make sure. All right. First thing on the agenda is we reserve the first 15 minutes for citizen speak. If you're here and would like to speak, please just raise your hand. We'll call on you. We'll give you 3 minutes, sorry. And please just state your name and your address if you would for the record. And seeing none, right. Move on. The third thing on our agenda is approval of past minutes. Our last meeting was in July. I do not have the minutes for here, so hence we're going to table this for our next meeting, and then just kind of dive into kind of the meat of everything that we have to discuss. So item 4A, update discussion MSBA Module 1. So for everybody on the call and present, I want to make everyone aware. So the School Building Committee, the district, so Superintendent Phelan, Tom McCarthy, everybody got everything in as of July 30th. So that's hence why we didn't have a meeting in August. So we've been waiting. The next step is MSBA will be holding essentially an enrollment meeting where they take our documentation that they look at the options that we're going to do, present enrollments, and then members of the School Building Committee, town, the school district will meet with them and basically come to an agreement on what that enrollment number is going to be. Timeline on that right now is the latest they can do it, I think, is October 28th or something like that. So I emailed MSBA today, still no date. So a lot of hurry up and wait right now. So with us, kind of in a holding pattern for, the next month from what it seems. So with that, I'll just kind of open it up. I'm sure some people may have questions or comments or anything like that. So feel free. Keep an eye on the panelists.
You may not be able to answer this. Do you anticipate any change in the enrollment numbers from what we've been dealing with?
So this is it's the projection that they're going to do for the new project. So if you remember from when we were working with the OPM, they have MSBA has their space template where you populate it with the number at the bottom. Actually, you work with it. So that number for the enrollment that lays out all the square footages is the number they're going to come up with. So it's not our
it's not an actual.
It's the projection for the options that we're looking at for either an upper middle school or a new elementary school. And essentially all the data that we provided was construction projects ongoing in the town, permits pulled, birth, all the stuff that we've kind of gone over when we're looking over Module 1 for all that. So they're essentially assembling all that data along with other things that are there. I know Nick had mentioned MBTA communities because the planning board, if I recall, did as part of their study an enrollment analysis. It was like 264 students, but that's over the full build out of it, a long time. So, but they're going to weigh all that in.
Do we have a projection of what we think the number should be?
We were using, if I recall correctly, I think it was 700 for the upper middle school. It was 350 and 350 or somewhere around there, like 325 per grade, 650 to 700 for the total upper middle school. And I think the preschool component was like 120. But there was 120 split between half-day programs, so 60 in the morning, 60 in the afternoon. And those are like ballpark off the top of my head numbers, but if we can go back and look at what they are, obviously we can use that when we're comparing what they're going to do.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, how do we negotiate with them once they come up with a number?
I've never dealt with them, so is it a negotiation?
Yeah. Here's what it is usually. Yeah. They have a formula they use. Unless they change, which I doubt.
Good.
Well, hopefully as part of the meeting, they'll explain the formula.
Yeah.
They'll understand the data we gave them, and it'll make sense from that explanation, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I'll keep reaching out to them and hopefully try to push it as much as I can. But my understanding was there were a number of districts that they've accepted. They've got all the information from them, and it's basically just a queue of people that they're working through for there. So, any questions online or comments online? Okay. Megan's on. Sorry about that. I think Megan is. Try this. This is a Zoom user, so I think that will be Megan. There we go. Megan, is that you, username Zoom user?
Yes.
There we go. All right, cool. Welcome. So in regards to MSBA, that's kind of where we're at right now. So the next phase is they would set that enrollment. After that enrollment is agreed upon, the process would have to go to their board for a vote. So the board meets every other month. So they meet in December. And if we don't get on in December, February is the timeline associated with the 270-day, framework that they give us. So earliest will probably go is December. Latest will probably go is February. Yep, Mark.
Is there any advocacy we can do to push to be in December? Like, is there any personal we have or people we can bother to try and get on that earlier timeline?
I don't know. I mean, knowing they're a government agency, I would just say whatever your state reps are, contact them. But outside of that, with the current MSBA, I don't know any other way of doing it. So we'd love to. If you know of any, Mark, I'd love to know.
I'm always happy to bother people, so I'll maybe reach out to their reps and see if they know anybody.
Appreciate that. Welcome, Tim. Hey. All right. So if no other questions or comments, like I said, I just want to use tonight to kind of relay this information publicly so we're all on the same page. Next on the agenda, item 4B is School Building Committee Fall Town Meeting article. So some good news on this. So since we last met, I've gone in front of the Warren Committee, myself and Mark. We presented the article, the reasoning behind it. So as you just saw with MSBA, as I talked about in our previous things, this is a slow process. So as we plotted that out, even when we plotted it out last time, we thought we'd be going in the fall with that. Now, if we're not going to say December or February or something like that, that timelines that I was doing before actually extrapolated on. So with that, we presented it to Warren Committee. They listened to it. So one of the new things the Warren Committee is doing this year too is they have, for people in industry, construction or engineering industry, they have subject matter experts. So they, rather than sitting down live with the whole Warren Committee and going fresh with everything, letting them absorb it, they allocated 2 to 3 members per warrant article to kind of dive into it to get some feedback. So essentially when the author leaves the room where there's other discussion, they have experts that are well-versed in it. So I met with Brian McGuire and Elaine Craighead. So we went over everything, and there was a lot of discussion. Some just on the overall project, just getting up to speed again on it, because it is a big project. But, as we focus on the timeline, people acknowledge that, it would be a problem if we were to keep going forward. So essentially, it went in front of the warrant committee. It was voted, I want to say unanimously, but there was one abstention, so I don't know if that counts as unanimous, but everything else was a yes. So it looks good for us for fall town meeting. So, we're kind of, it was the first warrant article to get approved. So with that, open up any questions or anything like that.
Can I ask a question? What is the article?
The article, so when we did the land swap in 2023, we had, when we passed the land swap over there, we put essentially a reverter clause onto the land. So the swap that we did took a portion of parkland, a portion of conservation land, and then converted it to general municipal land for the school. And we said, if we don't fund a school, not construct, but fund a school by 5 years later, 2028, it would revert back to conservation and parks. So when we did that, we had no anticipation of getting MSBA. As we've done this project, we've gone on parallel paths. So the path we're on before MSBA, we were going on the project on our own to funded by the town and do that, knowing that, or with the anticipation there was never a chance getting into MSBA. So we went down that path last summer. We lined up a concept design construction estimate ready to go to a ballot for debt exclusion. The select board didn't put it on there, and that was fine. And then, so what it did is when we went into MSBA now, it basically drawn out that timeline for when we'd be able to get to a vote. Because essentially, as you can see now, we just hit the reset button, we're waiting. So a couple meetings ago in July, I believe the committee kind of timelines Nick provided 4 other MSBA programs that are ongoing and the timelines that took them to do. And we took the starting point of kind of where we were at or where we thought we were at and extrapolated it out. 2 of them came right up to 2028. Like we might be able to get a vote on a town meeting right before that, but the other 2 went way beyond it. And then now with the further delay we're seeing now, when I update those graphics for town meeting, probably all 4 of them are going to be on there. So for us, it wasn't to resurrect the whole land swap and go through all that fun again. It was mainly there to just acknowledge this is a longer process now that we're with MSBA, and we don't want to get to a point with MSBA and then all of a sudden reverter clause kicks in and we got no land. So, for us, it kind of made sense to do it. So that's what we're proposing this year. Yep, no problem. Yep, Mark.
I can just give an update from the school committee side. We took up after the warrant committee vote. We discussed it at school committee, and school committee voted unanimously to support the warrant article. We usually take votes related to any of the school building committee articles. So, unanimous approval at the school committee a few weeks ago.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on the new business? New business. So let me share my screens. So town administrator, so good segue from the land swap. So town administrator had brought up or sent over from MAPC this pathway or corridor is probably a better way to look at it through Milton that they're looking at bike, walk, run connections. And in here, look through a lot of this because I wasn't really looking at this, but what happens is there's a section of the area that they're looking at. Collection speeds. So should go back to that. All of these. So in this section of Milton, running right down here, the area that they're looking at is essentially Blue Hills Parkway. So if you know where Gow Road comes down, touches Blue Hill Parkway, what they're looking at is reusing or redoing the lanes. So currently right here along Blue Hills Parkway, you have 2 lanes of traffic, a bike lane and a parking lane, 1 lane back in this direction. I forget which one is north or south into the page or out of the page. But what they're looking at is taking this configuration that's here now, and they're looking at different options. So for us, I'm making the assumption our school will be on this side. So for these options, looking at, buses right now would flow out, hit the parkway and basically turn towards Mattapan because there's no breakthrough in the median. So what they're looking at is the first option of essentially just switching parking and biking. So flip-flopping them on each side to protect the bikers. And you see that all over Boston. The other one is kind of extending the biking lanes. So on this side, getting basically eliminating a travel lane, putting a parking lane, parking stalls here, and basically extending the bike. Further, 4-foot buffer, another bike lane. Doesn't look like any parking, not sure. But the most dramatic one, I think, were some of these where they were extending the island in the middle, creating more walking. Others, and then the final one was this one, which was probably the most dramatic, which would extend, basically reduce Blue Hill Parkway down to basically 1 lane each direction. And this, if this was the decision that was made, for us, would provide a large buffer, leading up to essentially where we'd see the school. Town Administrator Nick Milano sent this to me to kind of share with everybody. So it's on our radar. So as we're going through our design, our process and stuff like that, these are things we're going to want to have our architects and traffic engineers start at least getting integrated in as this may progress forward. So I see Glenn leaning forward, so I know.
No, I'm just watching. There's an alternate 6 too, but it's just adds 1 lane to this one, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting, it says alternatives 5 and 6 would only be implemented south of Pine Tree Brook Trail. Is that where the brook is? So it's.
Yeah, so
it would stay as it existed?
Yeah, let me move that over.
Let me see,
so our
Guy Road is south of
Pine
Tree Brook.
Yeah, so Gow Road right here. So all that portion from Can't Have, basically along Pope's Pond would be the portion that they're looking at doing this. How that would transition back to, existing there, I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's just a different project for that I heard about. Connect along Pine Tree Brook.
Oh, the bike path?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's probably connecting this.
Yeah, I know the former town planner, Tim Zawinski, had plans. We were looking at the land swap and talking about land and land use and stuff. There was a plan to along the brooks or some of the waterways to create bike paths along there to basically navigate, go all the way down.
So that would explain why it only goes that far up Blue Hill.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's currently a CPA funded feasibility study to connect the full Pine Brook Trail, Pine Tree Brook Trail from beginning to end through Milton. It's like 3.5 miles. I think they're years away from doing anything right. In the original designs, did it foresee what exits out of the school did it imagine? So on Blue Hill Parkway?
Yeah, so you're talking for buses and stuff like that. Let me so just so if people are watching this, they don't get confused. So you pull up a map and it's this thing. Yeah, that's straight on. one of the things when we're looking at Blue Hills Parkway, when we're coming out, the median that's here, I believe this is a historic roadway controlled by MDC, right? So we weren't able to make cuts, or if we did, it would be very significant and cause a lot of reviews. So and we didn't get anywhere near like diving into what would be for traffic and stuff like that. But if this area from here south was all paved and stuff like that, that would give opportunities for buses. My assumption would be make both directions, which would be ideal, I think, rather than having all the buses go north.
Yeah, okay.
How close is the building going to be to the parkway?
We're a minimum, so just to recap. So right now,
it's crazy.
I coach football. I'm looking at our practice field there with the dirt down the middle.
Let's table that discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Different time, please.
Different meeting.
Yes. So roughly, we've got about 300 feet offset from the front of the roadway, from where we're going to put where our parcel starts. So essentially back in this area here, but yeah. So there's part of the concessions along with the reverter counties that we did was originally we were using all the conservation land on this side. And then what we're looking at taking is Gow Road and along the boundary of the portion that we're taking here, realigning Gow Road over here. So that takes a portion of the park and a smaller portion of the conservation, merges them, and just makes one big parcel.
Sean, which of those schemes do we think works with our potential school?
I don't know.
Okay, we haven't made that determination yet.
No, like I said, this just came up, from I didn't really dive into it. I wanted to just disseminate it to everybody so everybody could start, thinking about it. And then as we bring in architects, engineers, or we do our interviews for them as part of it, we can, you want to gotcha question, that's a good one to ask, how they plan on integrating that. And I can guarantee it, they won't be ready for it. So,
but Sean,
unless they're watching this meeting and then they'll be ready for it.
You were saying you thought alternatives 5 and 6 with the extended median, the median would be on the high school side of the Blue Parkway.
Yeah. Just looking at this, for me, I would assume
they're going to want that up against conservation land.
Yeah, all that.
I was wondering if that would affect our ability, like if that would affect the departure there, if that road would get closed off or something.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think the road would get closed off because it
would exit into this median. That's what I was wondering.
I would assume it would extend all the way across. So the key thing to remember about this, and you'll probably remember it from when they created this, that's not a road. It's actually a driveway, technically. So Gow Road coming down there is actually a driveway up to the high school, technically is what it's known as. So my assumption would be where that comes down and touches Blue Hill Parkway right now, as part of this, it would get extended across, or at least it would need to.
So are we saying, this is so far down the road, but are we saying out loud that we're considering or not considering, or just leaving it for future discussion about whether or not we can cut that median and be able to have buses and traffic go north and south? Or do we think that that's going to be too big of an ask?
No, well, I as part of the project, I'd like to ask for it, definitely.
Yeah.
Anything to mitigate traffic, if it's an additional hurdle, for example, like going in front of NBC or whatever the historic commission wants to do, let's do it.
Yeah.
Because, the traffic that's going to be generated from an initial layer of buses, I think would warrant doing it. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying I don't want to do it. But for me, I want to get through the traffic analysis once we bring on the designers and their traffic engineer, because we'll have to look at scheduling of the buildings, because high school and the middle school might be different times. So it ideally wouldn't be buses at the exact same time, and how that gets layered in. We'd have to look at that. That was something that we initially started looking at with a traffic engineer. And then when we brought on the new team with Arrow Street and stuff like that, we didn't use them. So that was a traffic engineer from VHP, friend of mine that I reached out to was one of their traffic people that specifically deals with schools. So
I dealt with Arrow Street in Belmont.
Okay.
They're actually pretty good.
Yeah, I've got a lot of projects now with their school people. So the team that we're working with, Shanali and Larry and Andrew, they do the school as transportation, and they do a lot of work at the airport with them, and they're phenomenal. They were good. Hopefully, hopefully get them back. So we'll see. Yeah, Mark, sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
No problem. I know we, unfortunately, probably have a lot of time on our hands here with how this project develops, but I think typically state agencies, we see with MSBA, are quite slow on all of this. So I think it might even behoove us, even though we don't quite have a design, like I think in any scenario if we're developing on that parcel, regardless of what the program is, a curve cut through that median would be nice. And I think if we could reach out to Mass DOT, if that's the agency or whoever it is, to try and talk to somebody about kind of initial conversation. What is the pathway, right? Like, what are the approvals and the things they will need? So then we can, make sure that is clear within any RFP we end up doing for architectural services through the MSBA. I just think that those are steps you're going to take kind of regardless. I don't necessarily know if right now you need to wait for an OPM or an architect to at least have that for outreach for just take those into.
Yeah, and I believe the state agency would be dealing with is DCRs, not Mass DOT. But I would, there's somebody on the committee I know that can take a look at that.
Hey, it's Megan. Even if it were Mass DOT, all the environmental permits and everything would take us through EEA. So I would start with DCR and DEP.
Okay.
Since it's technically a parkway.
Sean, is that civil and site engineers outside of the architectural consultants? In other words, they work directly for us, correct?
No. So
a lot of times they do on schools.
Yeah.
They work directly for the owner.
Yeah, I don't know if this process with MSBA, I thought it would just be a singular team.
It is everything except whatever reason civil site tends to do.
I thought Geotech was us.
Geotech is definitely you.
So we did Geotech already. I'll check on that. So you're not going to do a delineation from a check.
I was just building on what Mark was saying. If there's anything we can do preliminary.
Yeah.
Easier if it was an independent contract, independent engineer.
Yeah. Well, it will be important because as we set up like scope boundaries of what they're going to own or where their limits of work are going to be, we'll probably want to have that defined to extend down.
And you're right, MSBA may have requirements for who's part of the design team.
Yeah, because when we were doing it before, the goal previously was to do a Chapter 30 package for all the horizontal construction and then the 149 stuff for all the vertical, and do that for essentially a site enabling. That's what I'm hoping we can use at this point to kind of, speed up the process.
Definitely speed up the process.
Yeah. There'll be. I'll ask MSBA about that. We get the geotech, but they may need additional borings too.
Yeah, if it's helpful, I think on a different project I'm working on for my job, I work with DCR and some stuff, so I can try and connect with people I've talked to on that. So there are other people they recommend we have an initial conversation with. That type of.
Okay, and I can reach out to my friend at VHP too. So if you want to do that, Mark, and I'll do it on my end. Just see where we end up with. Hopefully, the responses are the same.
Maybe we just reach out to the people who produced this report. It might be a good
Yes, some so MAPC, they'd be planning people, not really the technical people that would be in the weeds for, what we need. The other one is we'd have to look at is what their timeline is on that. You know what I mean? If that's far out and stuff like that beyond what we're doing, then it would almost be they would have to incorporate whatever we build. You know what I mean? So if we did the median cut to make it two-way, and
I think all we ask for at this point is consideration of what we're doing within their planning. Yeah, because ours is going to take a long time. Theirs is going to take a long time. Who knows when they come together?
Call it a race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously Nick said that for us, like they want engagement, I'm assuming, for some of the stuff that they're doing. So show to them too. Sorry.
You guys mentioned geotech. Are we doing geothermal for?
We'll see. So originally, we did geotech mainly just for structural foundation borings to know the subsoils and stuff like that. When we were working with Arrow Street, they promoted a geotech, geothermal HVAC system, mainly due to the rebates and everything that were there. Whether those are still in line with the current administration or if they're going to expire during that time, that would play into all of it, because essentially their analysis when they looked at it was higher upfront costs, less operation costs over the long term. So it was money that we'd be fronting up front, but basically making out of the time. And that's, for us, made the decision to do it. Great. And one of the schools that we actually visited, it was Acton, was the one we went to, had a geothermal system. So we're actually able to walk in and see some of it.
So I just got through with the $295 million project in Belmont. We had geothermal for the whole thing. And it was great, 7 through 12.
Okay, yeah, your project was the one I analyzed when, some of the, just hearing about, to go to the committee and started looking at some of the projects. It
was a pretty good upfront cost, but the projections were pretty interesting to operational.
There's a couple, if people want to dive into it, I think Concord did a real, their financial people that were on the school building committee did a really detailed finite cost estimate on the operating costs and all that. And almost every one of them that you dive in and, if you've got enough time to watch it, you'll see the details of it. So knowing it's already been well baked multiple times, I'm fine with it. If we had some weird subsoil thing, if it was all sand or different types of fill that wasn't as conductive, I'd be a little more nervous, but typically what we saw out there was standard, at least from the report that we see. Anything else on the Parkway? Doing good. All right. Almost there. Like that. And so, all right. So basically moving on. So future meeting dates, what I was thinking was, again, just have a touch in next month on October 6th. I think that's a 3-week look ahead of the rhythm that we're trying to sit on. If for whatever reason, nothing comes up with MSBA or nothing comes out of, a hiccup with town meeting or anything like that, we may just want to cancel it rather than, because, put it this way, if the agenda is going to be extremely light, excellent up, I'll let you know and cancel it. But if you could right now, just kind of keep that as a placeholder. That work? We'll jump online. All right. Outside of that, I think the only thing left on the agenda is adjournment. So unless anybody has anything else they want to talk about.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second by Nathan. Some of the school committee members, they want to get out of here, you notice?
We've been taking
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Assume no discussion, so go to a roll call vote. Tim Lombard?
Yes.
Gary Bain?
Yes.
Scott Tereshek?
Yes.
Glenn Hoff?
Yes.
Nathan Hutto?
Yes.
Mark Loring?
Yes.
Aqua Bone?
Yes.
Megan Haggerty?
Yes.
And Sean O'Rourke, yes. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
I would say to someone who would make the argument that community media is outdated, I would say that they probably don't really understand what we do. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it that people don't see.
There are things that local access provides that you can't get elsewhere. Local access stations are hyper-local. You know, we're non-commercial. At least on your local channels, you're getting programming that matters to you on that community level. I don't feel like you're getting that much of anywhere else, especially where you know, local newspapers are disappearing, if not completely gone. You know, that's a hard reality to face.
Community media matters more than ever in 2025 because knowing what is going on in your community with your town government, with the donut shop down the street, that's what creates neighbors out of neighborhoods and keeps you informed and engaged. It's preserving democracy through transparency. Maybe you're not watching the school committee meeting, you know, all the time, but you don't want to not be able to do that.
If the state doesn't address the revenue stream, it's all going to fall on the municipalities. And there are going to be some cities and towns in Massachusetts who can't afford this type of service. Now, I think that's a shame because I don't feel as though you could sort of dial it back. Can you all of a sudden stop recording those select board meetings and school committee meetings and airing them live for the public to see? This is an accessibility issue. This is a First Amendment issue, participation in government, transparency in government issue.
So one of the things that's been challenging is while we've seen a decline in cable revenue over the past several years, we've actually seen an increase in demand for our services. So that includes the quantity, the quality, and certainly the timeliness. Especially with advances in technology, in streaming, we've just seen a tremendous shift in viewer expectations.
We understand that the majority of people out there probably don't watch community media outlets on a habitual basis, but it's the kind of thing that if it weren't there, at some point you'll be looking for it. Maybe right now you're not interested in those select board meetings, but wait until a developer wants to build something next to your house. Or you don't have kids now, but maybe in 5 years you do, and they were in a play, or they were part of a program or a sport. You're going to be looking for us then.
Are still in this industry because we believe in the mission. So when people walk into an access center, they know that they're talking to somebody who believes your voice matters and wants to help you amplify that.
In order to work for a nonprofit, you do have to have a passion. You know, we're not in it for the money. We really are a community service.
Ask anyone in your local government, ask folks in your public school department how much they depend on community media in their communities to tie a lot of communication needs together. And they'll tell you, we are an invaluable partner to municipal life here in Massachusetts. We're actually documenting history, and for it to go away over money would really be a shame.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Milton High School for the Bay State League matchup between the Newton North Tigers and your Milton Wildcats. First, the starting lineups for the Tigers. Number 0, Annabelle, Wendy. Number 3, Amanda Lustenberger. Number 6, Colleen Walsh. Number 9, Eva Offwell. Number 5, Izzy Morse. Number 10, Shyway Coop. Number 11, Sky Larson. Number 15, Emily Sloan. Number 18, Elena Young. Number 19, Campbell Dumont. And number 23, Grace Marchand. Now, raising awareness for breast cancer in the pink, your Milton Wildcats. Number 0, Paige Cameron. Number 2, Allison Russo. Number 3, Colette Gorham. Number 4, Noelle Gorham. Number 9, Grace Pater. Number 14, Gabby Vaughn. Number 16, Emma Bridges. Number 18, Sahana Zalt. Number 19, Emily King. Number 23, Quinlan Sweeney. And number 28, Natalie Gallagher. Please stand for the national anthem.
Saturday though. So I was like, I will. Get up! Fighting. Cross. Go back. Back to the 8.
Someone in the middle.
Yes, Grace. Oh, nice, Grace. Good job. Well done, Grace. Good, Danny. Check, Grace. Good job. Good job, Grace. So watch it. I know. It's big move. She was like on side. Like I think you call the line. Yeah, because it's tough angle. I watched the review. Yeah. I wish. I did some nice editing on the film. No, what's up? You get best dressed. Yeah, right. You know, Zoom call. Zoom call. Well done, Milton. Let's go. Let's go. Back the ball. Okay.
I was in the middle of a call. Hey, Trace says. PG said, check yours. Close this one down early.
Nice ball. Nice. Good work, girl. Keep it up, Milton. Pick it up. That's a quick time. No, he moved up to Tuesday and Friday, so I moved up to division number 3.
Oh, I know.
Well done, Grace. Well done. Great ball. Press in, press. Nice, Quinn. Well done. You there, Ed. Good job, Quinn. Girls, good work. Now you got the overlap. Now the overlap. In the corner. One touch in the corner. Follow it, Milton. Keep him in here, Pink. You gotta get it in. What's that? Go, Simon. Good job. Go, Milton. Come on. Space. Okay, go. Gotta run him. Well done, Colette. Well done. There we go. Well done, Allison. Pivot. Get there. That's so good. Catch it. Go. Good read. Come on, ref. Hey! Good stop, Milton. Come on. Press back. here, brother. Good to see you. I got a catch on the flag. Come on, we can get you on the check my passes here. Emma! Oh, he's not doing that one either. All right, come on. Hold on. Half time ball. Good. The beat. Nice. That's straight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good luck. Yes, awesome. Well done. Well done. Well done. Come on, Sanu. Here's the last kick goal. There you go, Milton. Great job, Noel. The ball. How do we get 11? All right, go Central. Okay. Yes. Let's go, Wood! Step it up! Get the pivot. Get there, Jeff. Step too wide. That's right there in front. Pivot. Three is strong. Good. Yeah, nice job. Good stuff. Come on. Hey, come on. Cookie. Let's go. Let go. Thank you. She's lying. I know. She's lying. She's telling everyone. Go, Juju, let's go. That's the ball on. Well done. Now, go your environment. Let's go, Come on, Milton! You better demand for this ball in the air! Well done, well done. Throw it in, there we go. Make a run, let's make a run here, Milton. Get in there, you got it, Milton, it's yours. Higher, higher. Nice. Well done, Allison. There you go, that's yours, that's yours! Good job, Gabby! Hey, come like pocket, right? There it is. Faster! It's yours! Now we shoot! There we are, Milton. Keep it in. Keep the pressure, Milton.
Pressure, Milton.
Juliana. Good, Quinn. Good job, Quinn. Good stuff. There we go, Milton. Come on, Milton. Come on, Milton. Get there, around. Nice. Milton. Natalie, great hustle. Back. No let up, Milton. Come on. Well done. Dig deep, come on! Great pass, great pass. Get up. Nice try. Come on, Milton. Come on, Milton, come on. Okay, press up. That's too easy. Press up. Overlap. Good job, Grace! Come on, Milton, come on! Get one! Natalie, connect to the overlap every time! Then quick on! Actually, Willie, it's 2. 5. Get up front the ball! Get the ball! Milton, no let up. Go, Josie. Emily, find us walking. Nice, that's a corner. Oh, thank you. Here we go, Milton. Come on. Nice. We have the short ball. Press it, press it. Back here. So much space. Amanda, on the recovery, don't drop off, all right? Come on, drop off. Go, Milton, let's get one. Ball, switch to Emily, quickly. Oh, come do it. Switch to Emily, walk it, Emily. Get there, Colette. Good play. Nice. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Come on, Milton. Finish strong. Finish strong. Let's get one, Milton. Let's get one. Finish strong. Let's go. You're good. Split the difference. You're good.
Straight away.
Nice. Good deep. Good. Come on, Milton. Come on, Ellie. Well, well done, Milton. Good stuff, Paige. Ellie, find the position, Ellie. Ellie. Come back. Allison? Don't support us. Everybody cross that. Come on. Press, Ellie. Press. Yes, Ellie. Yes, good. Good job, Come on, Milton. Let's go. Great. Come on, Milton, let's go. Come on. Let's go, girls. Come on, Milton. Come on, let's get one. There we go. We get down the line. Keep going. Come on. Again. Gabby. Hold, win it, hold. Trying to get around her. Second. Put a minute. You're going to have your time. Great effort.
That's yours, this way! Good ideas. Go. Settle down.
That's it, Michaela. All right. Hello. How you been?
Yeah, I think I'm good. Just sitting out.
So strong. Nail him off. Come on, Milton. Well done, Milton. Well done.
It's going to be a very easy game. Yeah? Yeah, I was hoping to watch it actually. Don't stop talking!
Here we go, Milton. Here we go. Come on.
Don't stop talking!
Milton, don't let up. Come on. Well done, Milton. Well done, Gabby. Good, Sean. Good. Go, go, go. Get ready, girls. Get ready. Yes. Press him. Yes, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so Ruby's playing every Alex. No, so Alex is the one that I'm
Is it Colette?
rarely plays.
Got away. Good job, Colette. Well done, Colette. Well done. Get up.
And it's also like
Yes, yes. Oh, nice. Yes, nice. Get Sahana, nice. Press, go in all. Yes. Who's there, folks? Yes, Colette. Yes, Colette. Come on. Come on, Milton, talk.
exactly,
Short ball. Yes, Noel. Yes, Emily. Well done, Emily.
Open up the field!
Nice, Emily. Follow it, Milton. Get there. Come on, Milton. Go on, please. Yes, Emily.
Go ahead. Go light up. Natalie. Get your touch. Okay, cool down. particular is I'm thinking for I'm also thinking how to put ID like it's online and in person. So mine is out of Texas.
Get there! Help her out, be an option, Milton! That's it, that's corner! Okay, go Milton, let's go! Get something there, Emma! Good try, good try. Get back, Emma. Close it down. Close it. Nice, Emma. Nice, Emma. Nice, Emma. Good job, Emma. Nice. Step Quinn. Yes, Noel. Yes, Noel. Relax in possession. Relax. Yes, Noel. Higher, Quinlan. Go, Sahana. Get in the middle one. Come on, girls. Come on, guys. Don't stop talking. Go, Milton. Pressure. Wide for her. Let's go overhead. Good job, Quinn. Get away, Gabby, get away. Go. Good job, Natalie. Good job, Natalie. Emma. Be there, Milton, be there! Come on, Milton! Yes, Kenny! Yes, come on, Milton, here we go! That's it! There we go, lead over! Hey, Quinn! Go ahead, Quinn, go ahead! Hey, look down, hey! Man into the game, wait! Go down, deep breath! Jason. All right, here we go, Milton. Wait, Allison. Well done, Allison. Great job. Come on, Milton. Go up. Go what? Tough fight. Grace. Nice. Go, north, south. Here we go. Nice. Milton, let's go. Here we go. Come on, Milton. Be there, Allison, be there. You got it. Get in position. Come on, Red. Come on, dig deep, dig deep. Don't wait, spin the ball. Hey, Red, support us. Nice, that's it. Good job, Allison. Maybe Allison. Come on, Milton. Come on, Milton. Let's go. Come on, Milton. Got this. Great call. Here we go, here we go. Some energy, here we go. Let's go, Milton. Here we go. Come on, Milton, we need one. After the tank. Thank you. Hey, come on. All right, here we go, Milton. Come on, Milton. Yellow, perhaps. You're gonna help me. Go ahead. Go. Let's go, Milton! Don't let him out, wait! Oh, there it is, there it is. They're giving it to you. Finish it up. Send it, send it.
Possess the ball. Right. Step on the ball. I'll pick it up the ball. Get away. Get it out, Fred. Great.
All right, let's cover. Dig deep here, come on. Dig deep, come on, let's go. Be there, right at it. Nice. Go, Natalie, go. Here it comes, Red, here it comes. Go. Keep going. Diana. Come on, Milton, let's go, Milton, come on.
Gotta get physically tired. Don't get physically tired.
Gotta get there, Ed. Yes, go around her. Yes, Ellen, be there, Milton, be there. All the way, Milton. Bring it back, quick. Yes, Gabby. Hey there, come on! Get there! Let's get something! There it is! Come on, Milton! Be there, Milton! Be there! Nice! Yeah. Woo! Come on, Milton! Come on, Milton! Let's go! I'm not sure. It depends. If you have possession, then you sub in. I think it went out. Long curve down. Come on, Ellie. Emma, way tonight. Debbie! Get in the well! Out of the way, you're up. Get up, Noel! This bench, there goes, put some pressure on the short ball here, folks. Here we are. Don't let him out, don't let him out. Go, Noah. Overlap. Heavy, overlap. Hey, we got his walk off the ball. Come on, Milton. Yeah. Come away with it, Milton. It's yours. Come on. Get around. Emma. go. Still there, still there. Yes, still there. Reach out, reach out. Yes, get him. Oh, come on, Andrew, get through it. All right, go. All right, here we go, Milton. Before it's no decisions, Milton. Get there, Em. Get a touch. Oh. Yep, we're calling everything. Oh, never mind. Come on, Milton. Keep down here. Here we go. Here we go. Go run. Gotta run. Yes, Brent. Pressure, pressure. Pressure. Good, Ellie. Good. Good, Ellie. Come on, Milton. Keep it up. Keep it up. 8 strong minutes, Milton. Come on. Way over the line. Way over the line. Go ahead. Grace! Well done, great teamwork. Come on, Milton, no let up. 10 minutes, go! Yeah, they can Emily! No let up, Milton, no let up! Let's go, Milton! Nice, Gabby, nice. Jaws, Milton. Way to read it. Don't let him set. Press. Pressure on the ball. Yes, Emma. Sit there. Get there. Come on, Milton, no let up. Yes, Michaela. Go, run, turn it up. Good. Go, Milton. Here it is, Milton. Come on, get around him. There it is. Go, turn it up. Foul. That's not soccer. Two ways. Get there. Hands. Yes, Allison. Good. All right, here we go. Come on, Milton. Let's go. Hey, 6 strong minutes. Come on. 6 minutes, Milton. Let's go. Everything you got. Keep it down here. Get that pivot. No, great. Come on, Milton. Down here, other side. Rest of the game. Keep it down there. Yes, support. Yes, Noel. Yes, Noel. Nice. Yes, Noel. Go. Come on, girl. You're coming.
Welcome, everyone, to another edition of Stepping Up to the Plate. So glad you could join us. I'm Michael Vega. I'm your host, joined here on the dais by my main man, Al Prizzuti. We're coming back from our Thanksgiving hiatus. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving, by the way. A lot of great sports to digest that we had during that holiday. And right off the bat, want to give a big shout out to the Milton High football team. They were knocked out of the Division III semifinals in a tough 43-29 loss to North Attleboro, and were just one game away from getting back to Gillette, Al, and then ran up against North Attleboro, who will advance to face King Philip in the Division III Super Bowl, and that'll be on Saturday. But the Wildcats wrapped up their season in rousing fashion with a big 31-0 win at Braintree, a romp of the Womps, their Thanksgiving traditional rivals. And so it was unbelievable, Al, where the Wildcats, they come into the game having lost against, in a short turnaround, by the way. They played on a Saturday, then they turned around, had like 2 days of practice. They had to get ready for a Thursday game, Thursday morning. It was bright, it was cold, it was a lovely morning. And the Wildcats were up to the task. Patrick Collins, the quarterback for the Milton Wildcats, threw 4 touchdown passes, and in doing so became the single season record holder of touchdowns in a season with 35 now. He entered the game with 31. And Al, it's interesting to note that the guy who helped him break the record, all right, Ronan Salmon, the extraordinary receiver, probably the best player on this team according to Patrick Collins, was the same guy who helped Patrick Miller break the record, or set the record, I should say, 3 years ago in the Super Bowl, or 2 years ago in the Super Bowl against Walpole, and that was when he was a sophomore. And so here it is, this kind of full circle moment, and we had an opportunity to talk to both guys post game at Braintree. Enjoy. All right, here we are with 2 Milton captains. Ronan Salmon, Patrick Collins with the Ram McCourty Trophy. Gentlemen, congratulations on a great win. A momentous win for you guys today, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what was most pleasurable about it for you guys.
Obviously, coming to their place and winning is a great feeling. Get to spend time with family later. So knowing we won was a great feeling.
And getting Patrick Collins the single season record.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. I couldn't have done it without my great receivers, my great O-line. I had a lot of time in the pocket today. Had a lot of fun this season. It's good to get our 10th win. I think we're the 3rd Milton team in history to do it, so it's a good way to go out for our senior year. So I'm very happy, very proud of the team.
What about the connection you made with the guy right here? He's the one who caught the record-setting pass. Were you looking for him?
I couldn't do it without him. I mean, he's the best player on this team, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I can throw him the ball whenever I want, and he'll go up and get it. And we should have a great connection. Really proud. I'm going to miss him. We're right go next year. And wish luck to him wherever he goes. So.
Ronan, what were your thoughts on making that catch that gave him the record?
Oh, I knew it was the record for him, so I was super happy right away. Turned around, I was looking for him, I was trying to celebrate with him, but yeah.
You wanted to be the guy that did it?
Yeah.
Were you guys talking in the huddle?
No,
everyone just knew in our minds. It was the back of our minds.
Yeah.
And I think he broke his single season touchdown record.
For Patrick Miller? Did you get the one for Patrick Miller as well?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, he's a through line because he's caught both you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable. Well, what's next for the both of you?
Hoping to play in college still. And, I'm not sure where I'm going. But
yeah. What about you?
Same with him. Hoping to play in college, but I just don't know where I'm going to go yet. Gonna have to decide next few weeks, and we'll see what happens from there.
And what is your advice for the guy you're going to be handing the baton to now?
Just work hard in the off season, have confidence in yourself, and trust your teammates. That's all I gotta say.
All right, congratulations, Patrick Collins, Ronan Salmon, two of the most prolific pass-catching duo in Milton history.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
Well, Al, as I mentioned, those two guys wrap up an incredible season with the Wildcats. Ronan Salmon with over almost, I want to say, close to 1,200 yards receiving. 46 catches, 1,200 yards receiving. And of course, Patrick Collins, 35 touchdowns. In the game, and he also connected with Patrick Mason, and then Noah Woodley passes of 13 and 35 to begin and end the game, and then the two passes he threw to Ronan Salmon, a 33-yarder on a catch and go screen, and then a 7-yarder that helped set the record. So those two wound up helping the Wildcats bring home the George Ramacoder Trophy, as you saw them pose with it. Back here to Milton. So congratulations, Coach Steve Dembowski, on a 10-2 season, the third in school history. So there was a lot to play for this team, at season's end, and I think they accomplished all their objectives. Just the one was not getting back to Gillette. So, still hats off to the Wildcats. And you know what, Al? Hats off to the New England Patriots, who are now 11-2, winners of 10 in a row after this demolition, 33-15 of the New York Football Giants at Gillette Stadium on Monday Night Football. Al, what was your thoughts? I mean, the way the team handled its business, and the way now they're going into the bye week.
Well, I mean, obviously, the touchdown pass he threw to Williams, I think it was Williams.
Yeah,
was just incredible. I mean, that
touch.
Was, long and right on target. I mean, so I think the only negative, and I thought Vrabel touched on this, was they scored 30 points in the first half and kind of
left some points on the table out.
Well, yeah, and then the Jets kind of
Giants.
the Giants got their game going a little.
Yeah.
So that's never a good sign, that toward the end of the game the other team starts to catch up. But look at 11-2.
Who would have thought that?
If you look at this, you've got 5 games left, and they probably they could have a problem with Buffalo in here, although who knows. They beat Buffalo there. They got the Ravens, which could be a problem. But the Jets, Miami, and...
that's it.
Well, that would be 16, because they played... 13 already. Yeah. So I would think if they finished up at 13-4 or 14-3 would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Who would have, Al, if I told you it was going to be a 10-win season, you would have taken that.
Yeah, I thought you could see the difference, though, when Ramondre Stevenson is on. He's very, very difficult to bring down.
Yes.
I mean, you saw those first few carries. I mean, he gets helped by the offensive line, too, when they push him. But he still can give you, on a 3-yard gain, give you 8.
Al, arguably the Giants had a great pass rush, and the concern I had going into this game was, were they going to be able to protect Drake May, missing 2 starters on the left side, the 2 rookie starters, Will Campbell, who is on the IR with a knee injury, and then you had an ankle injury with Jared Wilson, the rookie left guard. And Badarian Lowe and Ben Brown stepped up, and they played admirably, Al. They did a great job.
They played very well.
And that's, I think, another strong suit of Coach Mike Vrabel is his ability to plug and play guys, show faith in them, instill confidence in them, and then watch them blossom. Yeah. He did that with Ramondre Stevenson early in the year, where Stevenson was fumble prone. He said, "Hey, we're sticking with you." And he stuck with him, and then he winds up, reaping rewards. He stuck with, Travion Henderson. Henderson hadn't been getting many looks. He hadn't been playing much. Same with Kyle Williams. These guys now have stepped up. They've contributed. They've been major components. Now they're like, they're rising up. And then Marcus Jones, unbelievable, Al. 94-yard punt return for a touchdown that just blew the game wide open.
A couple of yards on somebody, nobody's going to catch him.
Oh, he's gone now. He was gone on that one.
That kid, I thought, had a shot at him at about the 45, and He just went right by him.
And Al, how about the ferociousness of this defense? The ferociousness of this defense. And that kid, Jackson Dart, took his life in his own hands. When he starts, he's running up the sideline expecting you're not going to catch, you're not going to get smoked.
But see, that's where Vrabel is a great coach. What he said was he used that as something that he doesn't want his quarterback to do.
It's a teaching moment.
Yeah, because he's really was in bounds. Everybody,
clearly, Al.
The Giants thought he was out, but he was in bounds.
Well, guess who drew the penalty on that? It was the Giants.
Yeah,
they overreacted. They didn't want to see their guy get smoked. But you know what? It's up to their quarterback to protect himself in an instance like that by getting down on the ground. And I think, as you mentioned, Al, correctly, teachable moment for Mike Vrabel to show Drake May, hey, we need you available.
Yeah.
Your availability.
He might be a taskmaster in some ways, but he's also very much a player's coach. When they come off the field, almost on every play, he goes over and...
You never saw that with Belichick.
Well, Belichick wasn't that type of guy.
You never saw that.
No, he's not that type.
No, it was do your job. Yeah. My job is to be on top of you. No, it's not the shared experience. It's not. There's no joy. There was no joy in it for all these guys, as there is now.
Well, there was.
And that's the thing that I think
Super Bowls.
Vrabel allows his players to exult in the joy of having done something, having.
Well, I think what he's engendered here is what Arbeck did. It's a team.
Correct.
Just what he talks about all the time is, it's helping everybody. When Campbell goes down, the guy goes in. We need to help him, and that's really the sign of in today's world, the sign of a good coach.
Well, and who helped his cause more than anybody was Drake May.
Yeah.
The way he set up in the pocket, the way he stepped up into it, the way he avoided the pass rush. He didn't get sacked. He got sacked once or twice.
About him, when he breaks away, he slides.
Yes.
He's not getting hit.
No, he's not going to pull a Jackson. He's not going to pull a Jackson Dart. Let's just say that. Jackson dartboard. That guy was getting oh my God, he was getting smoked. But it was his own doing, and he was unapologetic about it afterwards.
Well, they got a bye, and then they got Buffalo coming in. Buffalo really it's a can't-win situation. They're expected to win.
Well, you know who Buffalo has this week? The Bengals.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Bengals with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and that defense, they're starting to gather steam.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me, Al, how this schedule has kind of broken for the Patriots at almost every turn, it seemed like.
Yeah,
they catch the Bengals without Joe Burrow, and then Jamar Chase gets suspended in that game. Then they catch the Giants, where they're in the state of turmoil.
Seems like it always happens.
Their coach gets fired. They have an interim guy who's never been a head coach, and then they fire the defensive coordinator for the game leading into and you're sitting there going, wow. And then he benches their rookie defensive end for the first quarter, and the Patriots score 17 points in the first quarter. Unbelievable how this season has broken for them.
Well, I think fans are realizing that it's a real good team that had an easy schedule too, but a real good team, and they won.
You know what?
Even with an easy schedule, you have to play. And Vrabel said it. We're playing the Giants. They got some good players. The players say it.
Yes, they do have good players. But I'm going to tell you this right now. No asterisk on that 11 wins.
No.
Not a single asterisk.
No.
They're all earned. They were all hard fought, And
they could have been 13-0.
Think about that.
The two games that they
Think about that. I mean, they gave both games away. Those two losses were giveaways.
Not bad of a team that won 8 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
8, and they've got 11 already. They're going to win. My guess is they'll win at least 13.
12, 13. Yeah.
I mean, they're 11.
If they take a loss against the Bills or the Ravens, no harm. But you know what? They beat the Bills. They clinched the division, Al.
Yeah. Well,
they will have clinched 2 divisions, Al.
I'll tell you what he'll have, though. He'll have them playing as hard in these games as they played as in the winning streak. He'll have them try to win and play hard.
Yeah.
because it doesn't matter. I mean, Buffalo can't win. They win, everybody expected it. They lose, everybody would go, oh, there's something wrong here. I mean, everybody's been talking about them. How could they lose these games and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So, you know, who knows? My bet is that Buffalo will win the game, but who knows?
And you know, there's
you gotta play.
and there's so much excitement around that team and another team that we're watching kind of like evolve in front of our very eyes as the Celtics, Al.
Well,
you know, they took a tough loss against the Nets. You know, the Nets had the length to rebound the ball. They got out-rebounded in that game. But then they come back with some unbelievable wins.
Well, you know, last night they played that game.
They played the Knicks.
The first half against the Knicks. They were lucky to come out of it.
But you know what?
Brown won the game
for sure, Al.
I mean, he had when he goes. I still don't understand what charging is in the NBA.
Oh.
Some of these guys look like freight trains going toward the basket, and they're charging. Nobody calls it anything.
Well, if you have your position established and the offensive player runs into you, that's a charge.
I understand.
But sometimes guys like, you know, Brunson did, Jalen Brunson, he was like running at the same time as a guy was moving toward the basket. So he drew a charge. Well, I'll tell you what, Al. I loved some of the performances they got from Anthony Simons, from Jordan Walsh, from a guy like Hugo Gonzalez. You know, they all played hard defense, Al.
Yeah.
They all got into their assignments, and then they turned a turnover into a quick run out for a basket. You know,
but they can be beat any night. That's the problem.
No doubt.
Without Jason Tatum in the lineup and Brown, and a big guy,
but here's
they
the
can
thing.
be beat.
And you know, and Jaylen Brown said it at the end of the game after they beat the Knicks 123 to 117, I believe it was. He says, "I like this team. I'm very proud of this team and the way we continue to play. And so we play like this, we're going to do good things." And you know what? He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. He called out the team. He called them out after.
But they're a middle of the pack. They're not going to win anything this year.
Well, you know what? We could have said the same thing about the Patriots, right? At the beginning.
No, yeah, but this is a little different. You lose their best player for the whole season.
Correct.
I mean, that's a little different.
But you know what? He's pushing. He is pushing hard to get back. He sees this team, and you know, he sits there on the bench, and you know it's gnawing at him.
I don't
think, man, if I could be out there, maybe we'd be winning these games. We'd be winning more games.
I think with the injury he had, they're not going to get him.
You got to be you got to be cautious.
Yeah.
You got to take the precautious approach. You got to, you know,
and they're not
let him
bad.
continue to
They're
work.
Not a bad team.
Continue to stretch. Continue to strengthen that leg. And yeah, you know what? Guys are starting to play their way into certain positions in certain rosters.
They always do.
Yeah.
Guys that you don't expect now get a chance.
Right.
And when they get a chance, they take advantage or they don't.
Neemias Queta has become invaluable.
Yeah, he's.
You know, Luka Garza's okay. He's serviceable. Hugo Gonzalez, every time he gets out, is pure energy.
I mean,
Jordan Walsh, he gets out there, he's pure energy. You know, I mean, that guy in the fourth quarter on 3 consecutive possessions, made winning plays out.
The other kid, though,
through his hustle.
Is a player, though.
Gonzalez?
No, the one.
Anthony Simons.
Yeah, Simons.
Shooter.
White.
Pritchard,
Hauser. And Hauser, yeah. But in Brown, those 4 guys can play.
Yeah.
Pritchard can score 20, 25.
Easy.
He gets rebounds.
Yes.
He's moving all over the place. He tires guys out.
Yeah.
White is a clutch player. He's always in the clutch. He's there. And Brown's been pretty consistent this year. I mean, he's the focal point.
He's the toughest cover on this team.
Yeah.
For any opponent, you know, he's a tough
Hauser's
cover.
been a little shaky, I think, compared to what he's been before, at least from shooting side.
Yeah.
But I mean, a team that shoots 51 3-pointers. So think about that. 30% at best.
Yeah.
All right?
Well,
which means that 30% of 50 is what?
Al, that's a league now.
15?
That's like the league now.
I know, it's too bad.
It is. It's totally, but that's the league. But you know what? They're still getting to the paint. In that game last night against the Knicks, they were getting to the paint. scoring baskets. And I'm fine if they can do that, Al. I'm fine with them taking.
Yeah,
those
I don't mind
three-pointers.
watching. I watched a lot of the game last night because I didn't think the Bees were
playing well.
Were going to do anything without Pasta in there and Swayman.
And then they go down 3-love.
We want to talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but when you look at it, they played the division rivals. If you think about this, they lost 2 out of the 4 points they could have got. Detroit got 3 out of the 4 points they would have got. Even though they lost that game, they still ended up in a tie and got 1 point. And then they get 2 in Detroit. So they get 3 out of 4.
Right.
The Bruins only got 2 out of 4.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Bruins, they've played more games than everybody else. They can either be in second or in last.
Wow. Unbelievable.
They've got some of the teams have played 3 less games than them and have the same number of points or 1 point less.
Wow.
So it's a tough league right now, and you can't.
Could you conceivably be out of the playoffs by the end of December?
Yeah. No. I think what'll happen, because hockey's an emotional game. You see this all the time.
Yeah.
The Bruins started out, they were fine. Then they lost 6 in a row. Then they won 8 in a row. Then now they're playing 500. You don't know about injuries.
Yeah.
So you got all that, and then other teams are doing the same thing. Look at the Panthers.
Yeah.
Panthers started out miserable.
Yeah, and then they got hot. Yeah.
Now the Bees got to play Thursday night. They got to play St. Louis here.
Yeah.
But then they got to go down to St. Louis next week.
Right.
So it's hard to beat a team twice.
Yeah.
One at home, one away. It's hard.
And the thing that to me was so confounding, Al, was that you got some unbelievable goaltending from Jeremy Swayman in the shootout win they had here at the Garden over the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Then they go out to Detroit and you figure, okay, they got the formula. Swayman is playing and he's like,
I'll tell you what, there's 2 problems there, though. And the reason why, the game against Detroit at home, okay, the Bruins checked all over the ice.
Yes.
They didn't give anybody a chance. Then he made some good saves, but they were different than playing in Detroit now. Guy's wide open. He doesn't know how to stop shots from the side wide open.
Right.
I mean, 2 of them went right through him. I'm
but
glad.
in that shootout, he made 3 stops on 3 really good players.
Well, in shootouts, he won that game the other night.
On Kane and
he lost
DeBrincat.
that game last night.
Yeah.
Now, without Pasta, now here's the other thing. They sent Merkulov back, okay? Fabian Lysel's got 9 goals, 14 assists in 14 games.
You think he's coming up?
Well, you got to give him a shot to get rid of him.
Bring him up for the St. Louis game.
In my opinion, you either give the kid a shot or you get rid of him because he's going to linger down there. He's now 22 years old.
Yeah.
He either has it or he does. I think he's got it.
Yeah.
It's just like Morgan Geekie. Where the heck did he come from? All of a sudden, he starts playing with the big guys, starts playing with a playmaker like Pasta and Zaka.
Yes.
And he looks like a
world beater,
Yeah, a world beater.
Yeah.
So let the kid play and don't play him 10 minutes. Because that's what they did with Merkulov. They played him 10 minutes. And then they go, he had no shots on. Well, one was going to have a shot on net.
Yeah.
When you think it, Pasta's going to play 22.
Right.
So anyways, I wasn't surprised that they lost the game. I like the fact that they came back.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
And they hustled. I think Sturm's done a nice job with this team. They got a lot of muckers.
Yeah.
How
do you feel about Zadorov now?
I don't like him. No, he causes more problems with his penalties. He leads the league in penalties.
Yeah.
What he is, actually, he's better offensively than I ever thought he was. He comes out of the zone, he's big, and he gets by people. But so does Lori.
Yeah.
You need guys that can play defense that can't be beat. He's physical. I'll give him that. He's better than I think he was last year. Still not.
Well, Al,
Hampus has been the better defenseman.
He is.
And I think if McAvoy doesn't come back and play like he played 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, I mean...
Well, I don't think he's going to be limited by his speed, his legs, or any lower body. I think he'll probably have that. It's going to be, just getting involved and getting.
That stuff. I mean, the hockey players have been doing that for years. But
well, Al, I want to throw a log onto the hot stove here for you with the Red Sox making a huge acquisition, Sonny Gray, during our hiatus. And you know what, Al? It was a tepid move at best for me. I don't see the guy as a number 2. When you say number 2, I was waiting for like Joe Ryan, Dylan Cease, one of these guys. That would have really, I think, stirred the masses.
He's better than Giolito.
Well, no doubt.
So
so he's an upgrade from Giolito.
Yeah. So if he's a 3,
it's marginal upgrade.
Bello is the guy you got to worry about because he doesn't show me all that much. He's a 4 right now. Right. So you got Crochet. Then you got a gap there that you don't know who's going to jump into number 2 because Hauck might not ever come back.
How about the kid?
Well, the kid could be. Yeah. He could be there, but pitching. You need to see these guys when they go through the league a couple of times because. And the guy's got stuff at the start, and people haven't seen it. They don't know what he's going to throw. They don't know how to handle them. And then all of a sudden, second time through, they don't look as good.
And the thing that kind of like gave me pause about Sonny Gray was that, he goes to the Yankees, and he kind of like shrank from the task.
Yeah, well.
On that stage. And I like, what makes it even, for me, what makes it even more puzzling is that how can we expect him not to do the same here in Boston?
I think he'll be, there's a couple of reasons. I think with Sonny Gray and Aroldis Chapman both said, I'd never go back to New York. Chapman said that. And Sonny Gray said there was something there that he didn't like. And he's liked to be a Yankee hater.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the way they present themselves when somebody is not doing as well. They did it with the shortstop there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it could be a 2.
I think there's another move to be made in terms of a pitcher, but the bigger move, I think, is the right-handed bat, Pete Alonso.
Yeah,
Alonso, he's there, and they like him. He likes Boston. Let's get these two together. I'm sure Breslow would like to get in a negotiating table across from Pete Alonso.
It's got to be a first baseman because Schwabo is a right fielder. He can play first base, but he's not.
He's not.
First baseman. He's a right fielder, and I don't think they're gonna. They like the kid that's out there now, Abreu. So
what do you do with a guy like
Jared Duran is going to get traded?
I think so.
People want him,
but for what? Another arm?
No, it won't be just Jared Duran. It'll be Jared Duran.
No. You're going to take Jared Duran. He's an MVP, All-Star MVP.
No.
Come on.
No. It'll be Jared Duran and somebody
Peyton Tolley? Are you going to throw that?
No.
That's what I'm saying. No sweeteners there.
Well, there'll be a.
What are they going to play? A little cash?
It'll be Duran and a couple of minor leaguers if they want to get a.
Okay.
Number 2 or a first baseman.
Well, we shall see. All right, that does it for us. We want to thank you very much for spending your time here with us here at Stepping Up to the Plate. We look forward to talking to you next time. All right, everybody, take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brooksfield, home of your Milton Wildcats. Tonight's game, playoff, round 1. Reading versus your Milton Wildcats.
Let's go, Raiders! Let's go, Rockets! Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Remove your hats. Face the flag as the Milton Marching Band will perform the national anthem. Second down and 10. Third down, third and 10. number 88, Ocho, Patrick Mason. About to bring up on Milton. First down, 1st and 10. Pass is incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Pass is incomplete. That'll bring up a 3rd down. 3rd and 10.
That's a live ball.
Ruling on the field. Sack. Intentional grounding. 2nd down. By number 4, Cap Ronan Salmon. 3rd down. 3rd down and 9. Pass intended for McGee. That'll bring up a 4th down and 9.
The lungs on this woman.